Good morning. Beneficiating. day has finally arrived. Today we are launching the Mandela Mining Precinct in Kala Road. And of course, a lot of mining industry experts from all over the country are here. Let's see what they have to say and what their expectations are. What does this launch mean for the CSIR?
It means a lot actually for the CSIR. As you would know, that CSIR has embarked on a new strategic repositioning, a strategy that was approved by the board literally about 2 weeks ago, the so-called Project Synapse. And in this project, really what we are saying, really through the project and the rolling of the project, is really to say how does CSIR support industry and works closely with industry through collaboration in a manner that tends to talk to our mandates. Because you'd recall that our mandate really says we have to do research that improves the lives of ordinary people through supporting scientific and industrial development.
Well, this precinct, in a way, is a very good example of what we want to achieve with our new strategy of industrial development, where you see the CSIR working very closely with industry, doing innovation, technology development that speaks specifically to the needs of industry. So through this partnership, one hopes that we'll be able to develop technologies that will turn around the mining sector and address the challenges that the mining sector is facing.
Well, this whole collaboration is about resurrecting research for the mining industry, but one needs to extend that through into talking about research and development. So we are looking at all the way from fundamental research at sort of technology readiness level 1, which is pure concept, all the way through to developing prototypes and commercialization. So we want to cover that entire life cycle, and we need to find, on the one hand, solutions for the mining industry that they can use so that they can become more efficient and safe, and we also need to develop the local mining equipment manufacturing sector so that they become not just competitive in South Africa, but that they become competitive within, especially the continent of Africa.
I think it's the first time we've seen a genuine intergovernmental effort to make a very multidisciplinary facility and program work, as well as combined with a very, very deep and committed partnership with the private sector, so that everything we're doing, we're co-investing in, and we're making sure it's what the industry needs as opposed to what might seem like a nice thing to have.
Well, I think it's a wonderful initiative, and I truly hope that one of the main focus will be health and safety of mine workers. With more than 100 deaths in annum in the mining industry, I think it's really a target area for us to focus on. And as that is one of the main drivers for this precinct, I think it's a very worthy cause, and I'm very excited to see what they come up with and what they can bring to the industry to improve that specific element.
We've just launched a science and technology white paper for discussion, and one of the things that we are proposing in the new white paper going forward is to modernize some of the sectors of the economy. We've identified mining as one of them, manufacturing and agriculture. So this one, in fact, is the forefront of demonstrating that you can use research and development to modernize the sector. So that's what we expect from the precinct. Do the R&D that is relevant for the sector so that we can see an increase in GDP coming from this sector. And as Minister Mantashe said, we do know that the prices for mineral resources are cyclical, but we can find a way of making sure that the number of people who are employed in the sector and the multiplier effect is much more than just, if you like, sticking the ground, minerals from the ground and exporting them raw. So that's really all we need from it.
One of the key things that we're pushing for in the next phase of our science and technology development is this concept of partnerships between industry, government and research organizations. We have a number of initiatives, but this particular one, because of its scale, the the kind of players that are involved, etc., I think is going to represent the jewel in the crown of the partnerships that we want to build and develop. With collaborations like these, you need to see them as long-term collaborations. And part of a good, successful partnership and collaboration, as Minister Mantashe highlighted, is trust and respect and understanding each other. And I think that's what has happened. If I have to put one thing down that we've really succeeded, is we've managed to pull people together into a common agenda, and we're working towards common objectives and common goals. With that strong foundation in place, the research work and the collaborations will just flow very easily. It's very difficult to put in place that very, very difficult foundation. And I think the CSR's colleagues, particularly people like Naveen, etc., who've really worked day and night to pull together the partners and to make this a reality.
Thank you very much for your time.
Okay.
And that's a wrap from all of us here on CSR Connect. Thank you for watching.
Colleagues, good morning to you. How's it all going?
Morning, Roger. I'm fine. How are you?
Yeah, good, thank you. Ready to rock and roll, Sita? And yourself?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. Looking forward to it.
Why not, huh? Good stuff.
Morning, Roger.
Greetings, Thulani. Are you keeping well?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, good, thanks. Father's Day was good yesterday, was it?
Yeah, thanks. And yourself?
Yeah, absolutely.
Great.
Celebrated it a bit with my mother, who kind of like was a bit of my father at the same time, you know?
Oh, that's very special. It's very special.
Sometimes moms bring up their sons, you know, and pay for the universities and things like that. But yeah.
That's right.
Exactly.
No,
exactly.
Fantastic. Well, I'm glad you had a good day.
Good. You too, man. Thanks.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Mandela Mining Precinct Symposium. My name is Sokhu Sibiya, and I will be directing the program for today. Apologies for the late start, but we'll get ourselves going with our first welcome remarks from Roger Baxter, who is the CEO of the Minerals Council South Africa. Roger Baxter joined the Minerals Council, which was then called the Chamber of Mines of South Africa, in 1992, and was appointed CEO in 2015. He has 27 years of high-level advocacy and strategy experience in the business and mining sectors. He was involved in the first mineral policy discussions with the ANC in 1992 and has participated in many discussions with aspects of mining, economy, investment, transformation, and tax policy with the government. He previously chaired the BUSA, Econpol, and Growth Task Team. Baxter has played a key leadership role in rejuvenating the chamber brand to the Minerals Council South Africa by refreshing and repurposing the Minerals Council, and brings material leadership, governance, strategy, investment, and transformation skills to the table. He is a member of the Minerals Council Board, the BUSA Board, and the Board of Teba Trust, and chairs the World Platinum Investment Council. He's a vice chairman of both the International Associations Working Group within the International Council on Mining and Metals and the Mining Industry Association of Southern Africa. Without further ado, I'd like to present Roger Baxter. Thank you.
Madam Chairperson, thank you very much indeed. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to all of you and to this very important Mandela Mining Precinct Symposium. Just a couple of quick words from my side. Obviously wishing you a warm set of discussions this morning. Not that they'll get that heated, but given that it's a fairly brisk Gauteng morning. Welcome to Mr. Phil Mjwara, the DG of the Department of Sciences and Innovation, Dr. Thulani Dlamini, the CEO of the CSIR, to representatives from the DMRE and the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, representatives from mining companies, members of the Minerals Council, to our trade union colleagues, our research institution colleagues, suppliers, and all ladies and gentlemen. I hope I've observed all the protocols. The effort to collaborate and the acceleration of digitization are two benefits that emanate from the COVID-19 pandemic that otherwise had such a profound impact on so many lives and so many livelihoods. But let's face it, the mining sector can be proud of the role that we've played in saving lives and saving livelihoods, including through the use of technologies. We are benefiting from this in a small way today, being able to have so many interesting and distinguished parties coming together and collaborating virtually and seamlessly in a way that we have not done in the past. And I think this is going to be very much part of the new normal as we adapt to this new normal environment, which we've all been doing over the last 16 months. I would contend that this collaboration has particularly been evident in the mining sector. We've seen it in collaboration between the companies, between the Minerals Council, companies and trade unions, between the Minerals Council and government, particularly the DMRE, the Department of Health, the National Department of Health, the Presidency, Operation Vulindlela, et cetera, and between companies and their suppliers and contractors. We are an industry that has seen enormous benefit when we collaborate, whether this be when we pursue ambitious safety and health targets, in promoting women in mining, or in achieving groundbreaking technological advances. We are an industry that can put aside differences and competition when we have a common goal. And sometimes it's good to put competition aside. And historically, it's been through this collaboration under the auspices of the Chamber of Mines Research Organization, or COMRO as it was known, that South Africa was able to become a world leader in deep level underground mining technology, a distinction that we still hold today as South Africans. It was this spirit of collaboration too that gave birth to the Mandela Mining Precinct. And in my understanding, the largest private-public partnership of its kind is a model for much greater collaboration in an innovation ecosystem, bringing in industry players from companies to OEMs, from academics to academic institutions. And all of them have made a substantial and game-changing contributions, small and large, financial and in kind, that has already been seen in some levels of successes in the 3 short years that we're celebrating here today. I, for one, would like to congratulate all parties on what we've achieved together so far, again, through this collaboration. And I certainly know that together we can achieve so much more in putting South African mining back on the map. And this will be by no means an easy feat in our current economic context. But with our greater collaboration with the DMRE, in particular Minister Mantashe, it's been agreed that we can get mining to back above 10% of GDP and get exploration from 1% share of global total at present to above 3 to 5% over the next 3 to 5 years through greater collaboration. And an example of that greater collaboration is the recently announced increase in the cap or the exemption limit for embedded self-generation projects to 100 megawatts from the 1 megawatt that the president announced in the last couple of weeks. By our calculations, this could potentially bring on stream 1.6 gigawatts from the mining industry of additional renewable power, an investment of about 28 billion rand into that power alone, and then all the associated benefits of having a more stable grid, et cetera, et cetera. And again, this creates greater opportunities for competitiveness and growth. A critical contributor to the future of mining is modernization. And that brings me on to the second part of my welcoming remarks, which relates to the desperate need for our industry not only to embrace, but also to lead the fourth industrial revolution. The fourth industrial revolution has been defined as technological developments that blur the lines between physical, digital, and the biological spheres. And nowhere is that more evident than in mining. The steps right from the metals that are used for our technologies, which are mined. I mean, all of you would realize that the smartphones that you're holding or the laptops that you're using, probably 28 out of the 29 elements in a cell phone, for example, are mined or byproducts of mining. And this bears testament to our mantra that if it's not grown, it has to be mined. Hashtag making mining matter. Again, that's from our perspective. And just as 4IR needs mining, so mining needs 4IR. And it's well known that over the past decade, mining productivity has decreased by 7.6%, but our costs in real terms have increased by about 3%. And too much of our sector remains in the upper end of the global cost curve, which obviously does have some significant challenges, particularly when prices fall. It's common cause that over the last year has seen intense focus on innovation and how innovation can be used to serve and save humanity, particularly in the fight against COVID. And so while COVID did definitely have a negative humanitarian impact, and it slowed down the global economy, it also massively accelerated change, and things will never be the same again. For our part as the Minerals Council, we advocate a centered approach to modernization, where the focus is not only on technology, but on changing the culture of work and on upskilling and reskilling. In the end, embracing 4IR with such an approach will create new, better paid, safer and healthier and more fulfilling jobs. This technological transformation has a further benefit in the transformation of our workforce itself. We all know that today, for instance, 51% of the skills of a conventional gold miner rock drill operator are physical, the real grunt, brute strength skills that are required. Modernization could transform the fitness requirements for jobs to work with no physical strength requirements and no natural barriers to entry for a workforce diverse in all respects. Imagine the transformative capacity we could unleash if we're able to harness the skills of women as well as men in our country. So in closing today, let me leave you with 5 thoughts as you collaborate in the name of innovation over the next few days. The first, what we need above all else is a people-centered 4IR enabled modernization strategy. Second, we need to commit to long-term accelerated and transforming innovation. Capacity building program is needed to restore South Africa as a global mining leader. Third, we need to optimize and grow public-private partnerships like the one that is embedded here today in the Mandela Mining Precinct. Fourth, that innovation infrastructure such as a test mine should be explored where innovators can turn research into globally competitive products and services. And lastly, what we need is a multi-source, growing mining innovation investment by all players. So ladies and gentlemen, with those few words, I wish you well in your deliberations, and I thank you for your attention. Madam Program Director, back to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Baxter. Now, the CSIR hosts the Nelson Mandela Mining Precinct, and just to hear a few from the CEO, Dr. Thulani Dlamini, I'll hand over to him, but just to introduce who he is. Dr. Thulani Dlamini is the Chief Executive Officer of the Council for Industrial and Scientific Research. He was appointed in this position in February 2017, but he's no stranger to the CSIR, having previously served the organization with distinction for many years. He joined the CSIR in 2005 as the head of the National Laser Center, and in 2008, he was appointed in the position of Group Executive Research and Development. Now, he held this position until 2011, when he left the CSIR to join SASL. At SASL, he was the Executive Manager for Research and Development, and later became the Vice President for Strategic Research and Technology. Dr. Dlamini holds a PhD in chemistry from the University of the Witwatersrand and a master's in business leadership from the University of South Africa. He has served in many boards and national committees. He's a member of the National Advisory Council on Innovation and the South African Academy of Science. Now, without any further delay, I'd like to introduce Dr. Thulani Dlamini. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I also wish to extend a very warm word of welcome to Dr. Phil Mjwara, the Director General of the Department of Science and Innovation, Mr. Roger Baxter, the CEO of the Minerals Council South Africa, representatives of the Department of Minerals and Energy, leaders from industry,
Dr.
academia.
Dlamini, we're losing your sound a little bit.
Are you?
That's better. Sounds better.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
All right, let me know if it gets worse. Perhaps I should start from the top again. So thank you very much, Program Director, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. I also wish to extend a warm word of welcome to Dr. Phil Mjwara, Director General of the Department of Science and Innovation, and Mr. Roger Baxter, CEO of the Minerals Council South Africa, representatives of the Department of Minerals and Energy, leaders from industry, academia, and other research institutions. I am particularly delighted that today we are meeting to reflect on the progress that we have made in this very unique and strategic private-public partnership. CSIR's research, development, and innovation in support of the mining industry has a long history. As a multidisciplinary research organization, we are well positioned to support the transition of the mining industry of the fourth industrial revolution. Our organizational strategy is about striking a balance between scientific development and industrial development to achieve the impact that is envisaged in our mandate. Fully aware that South African mining remains a cornerstone of South Africa's economic. And after a period where, as a CSIR, we lost most of our mining R&D, we have established a cluster dedicated to supporting the mining sector. The cluster is able to leverage the diverse capabilities that exist in the whole of the CSIR, including manufacturing, security, ICT, and environmental sustainability. Now, due to the nature of the mining activity, we have to ensure that we continue to innovate in ways that address the inherent environmental impact of the industry. The CSIR's offering in this regard includes supporting mining landscapes and environmental research in support of an environmentally sustainable mining industry. One of our strategic objectives is to improve the competitiveness of high-impact industries to support South Africa's reindustrialization. And in support of this objective, we have set up a learning factory platform to match the skills gap needed for digital transformation in targeted industries, including mining. Digitalization of underground mining in South Africa is an imperative if we are to remain globally competitive and grow the mining sector. More importantly, identifying those technologies suitable for South African mining environments and localizing them will speed up the digitalization process. One of our innovations in this regard is the collision avoidance system based on real-time information management. This was developed in the CSIR Learning Factory platform and is intended to drive the zero harm objective in mining. As hosts of the South African Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution, which forms part of the World Economic Forum's network of 4 IR centers, we are uniquely positioned to work with industry in unlocking the potential of the Fourth Industrial Revolution, such as artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, big data analytics, to benefit the industry. We also welcome the recent announcement by the President of South Africa to increase the embedded energy generation threshold to 100 megawatts. Our energy and climate experts at the CSIR's Energy Center have made several significant contributions to the development of guidelines for an energy efficient sector. We hope that these inputs become a reference point to embracing the President's recent support for an energy efficient mining industry. It is partnerships such as the Mandela Mining Precinct, where industry work closely with researchers, that allows for directed research in a collaborative manner. The basic premise of the precinct, where we constantly engage industry to ascertain the relevance and potential uptake of solutions, is indeed the backbone of the CSIR's new strategy. Through the public-private partnership hub and spoke model of the Mandela Mining, the last 3 years have delivered on the much-needed research and development required to make the mining sector a sunrise industry again. I want to commend the Department of Science and Innovation, the Department of Minerals and Energy, and the Minerals Council South Africa, spearheading the initiative along with the CSIR. And with those remarks, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you again and wish you very fruitful deliberations over the next 2 days. And I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dlamini. Ladies and gentlemen, we have sent an invite to our colleagues at the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy, as well as the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. However, we were a bit late in sending out the invite and they were not able to participate today. But just to get the program going, I'd also like to let everybody know with regards to social media that we do have a social media presence. I'll be handing out the hashtags that you can use should you want to participate through those virtual platforms. But to get the program going is our keynote speaker for today, Dr. Phil Mjwara. He has served as the Director General of the Department of Science and Innovation since April 2006. His responsibilities encompass all policy development in the sector, the management of South African official development assistance related to science, technology, and innovation, and driving the implementation of South Africa's national research and development strategy, and managing South Africa's new 10-year innovation plan. Prior to his appointment at the DSI, Dr. Mjwara was the Group Executive for Research and Development and Strategic Human Capital Development at the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research. After becoming head of the new National Laser Center in 2001, Dr. Mjwara created a network of centers under the name of the African Laser Center. Among his many other functions, one could cite his role as the co-chair of the Group on Earth Observation based in Geneva. To welcome Dr. Mjwara, please, I'd like to welcome Dr. Mjwara. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Sokhu Sibiya, for the kind words. You're very generous to read so much of what I've been doing. But I just want to acknowledge a couple of dignitaries. Roger Baxter, the CEO of Mineral Council, South Africa. I had the tail end of his talk. And then, of course, Dr. Dlamini. I was able to listen because I was having another meeting earlier on. And then all the participants in the meeting. Thank you very much for the opportunity. So let me start by apologizing because this meeting or this intervention was supposed to be an intervention that the minister was going to make.
and unfortunately he could not join the meeting because of other prior commitment. So I just want to start by reminding us, why did we embark on this journey? Maybe just 2 points, and I suspect this might have already been discussed. We never felt that the decreasing contribution of the productive sectors to South Africa's GDP as we move to services is the right strategy for the country. Whilst we understand that this is a global phenomenon, we felt earlier on that it is necessary over the short to medium term for South Africa to modernize and strengthen productive sectors such as manufacturing, mining, agriculture, so we can absorb large numbers of low-skilled workers. Of course, as we've had in this journey that we're in, we will have to think about how do we achieve this in the day of Fourth Industrial Revolution. But then I also want to acknowledge, I think, the work that was done by the mining Phakisa, because truth be told, the impetus to do this work was also given by the mining Phakisa, which was done by the presidency, and we are grateful that the CSIR agreed earlier on to host and manage the implementation of the SAMERDI, South African Mining Extraction Research Development and Innovation Strategy, and the Mandela Mining Precinct. Of course, we are very much aware that the CSIR is aware that it is the lead science council, and this is an interim step as an incubator. And we hope that the CSIR, as it's been said by others, will be continuously looking at working with other partners in order to make sure that we have the full, I think, capability that South Africa has in this area. The third point is that this discussion and this public-private partnership is happening at the time when a new white paper on science, technology, and innovation has been adopted by Cabinet, and we are now finalizing the decadal plan, 10-year plan, 2021-2031. And in this plan, we have crafted in detail the role of research, development, and innovation in driving some of the sectors of the economy, and mining is one of those areas of the economy that we would like to drive through research, development, and innovation. We do know that the objectives of the SAMERDI strategy include developing technology solutions that will improve the competitiveness of South Africa's mineral sector and impact on mines through increased productivity and safety, optimized use of input resources, cost efficiencies, and increased life of the mine. Also, rebuilding South Africa's research, development, and innovation capability and repositioning the country as a top mining research, development, and innovation destination through focused and research activity. Now, just to remind you that we do have a number of programs, of course, that we are supporting in this initiative. And these programs that will be used to achieve the main objective is longevity of current mining, to improve mining practices and procedures, particularly for established mines constrained by existing infrastructure, to increase extraction efficiency, reduce costs, and improve occupational health and safety. Extremely important set of initiatives. Mechanized mining solutions, that is to develop fully mechanized mining systems to enable remote drilling and blasting and the continuous breaking of rocks, independent of the use of explosive. This is an amalgamation of the previously defined mechanized drilling and blast activity. We also hope to have real-time information management systems, in other words, to improve data transmission, storage, and dissemination, and thereby provide appropriate information management tools and procedures of mines. And then successful application of these technologies centered around people, as Roger mentioned, focusing on the challenges around technology implementation and its impact on people. Extremely, extremely, extremely important. However, as Dr. Dlamini mentioned a little bit at the beginning, we're not starting from scratch. So the timing for this webinar is perfect because we have some highlights that we can be proud of and start being excited about. The Mandela Mining Precinct has been established at CSIR Kalo Road facility. It's utilized by stakeholders, CSIR, Mineral Council South Africa, MEMSA, Mine Ventilation Society of South Africa, Geological Society of South Africa, Coltech, and CMine. The Mandela Mining Precinct, therefore, was officially launched on the 14th of September 2018 by the former Minister of Science and Innovation and the Minister of Mineral Resources, now, as we know, DMRE. And whilst this may sound fairly straightforward, I do think that as South Africans, we should be proud of the fact that we have this Mandela Mining Precinct where stakeholders can come together, plan, execute, and make sure that the sector is modernized through research, development, and innovation. There is a continuous development of research, development, and innovation networks and partnerships with universities, and we would like to see this encouraged and continues. Facilitation of the Isitingo Drill Challenge, from which 2 new rock drill prototypes, which are easier to operate with improved environmental and operator benefits, were developed. Launch of the Technology Availability and Readiness Atlas TARA, which provides one nodal point for South African developed and manufactured mining equipment. The development of a South African gold and platinum atlas defining resources for opportunity recognition, which will be enhanced and maintained. And then visual positioning system demonstration that extends beyond the typical warning and veil control systems of proximity, detection, collision, and others. But as you all know, our activities as the Department of Science and Innovation do not just end with the research and development on mining extraction. As a department, we are also involved in activities that look at how you can process minerals. And therefore, the first project that I'd just like to remind you on focuses on flotation, covering fundamental and applied studies on the processing of platinum group metals and complex sulfide ores and the processing of mine waste dumps. Knowledge gained from this project could ultimately be applied to concentrators to improve both efficiencies and profitability, as well as the development of business concept for the commercial use of dump materials. The second is a collaboration between the mining industry, South African University, and ourselves as the Department of Science and Innovation, which is called the South African Minerals to Metals Research Institute initiative, and the intent of which is to ensure the continuing sustainability and success of South Africa's mineral processing industry. The aims of SAMERDI include the development of new appropriate techniques and technologies, as well as the provision of adequate numbers of highly skilled professionals. A range of projects are supported on a yearly basis in line with the needs of the industry. I could also talk about the activities that we are driving in Advanced Metals Initiative. But in concluding, I would like to make 2 comments. One, that the Department of Science and Innovation is committed to support this initiative. As we draw from the white paper on science, technology, and innovation, as well as the decadal plan, we are proposing a set of funding arrangements in order to drive the modernization of these sectors. As a Department of Science and Technology, we are committed to funding, if you like, the early stage of research and development and support those entities that we work with and universities. However, we are continuously engaging with our sister departments, in this case, the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy, so that they fund the next stage of research, development, and innovation. We've also been in discussion with the Department of Trade, Industry, and Competition, and they've also in principle agreed that the modernization of these sectors and collaboration between the 3 departments would be crucial going forward. So we will continue, therefore, within ourselves in government to make sure that the funding to drive this modernization of this sector continues. And you have my full commitment that from the DSI side, we will always make the resources available to do this exciting work that the country needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mjwara, for those wonderful words. In theme with what you've mentioned about coming together and discussing what needs to happen in the mining sector, we have created a hashtag for the symposium. It's hashtag Minds for Mind. Hashtag Minds for Mind. Please share your thoughts about the symposium, your ideas about what the sector needs, and just basically, give us feedback about the current symposium. We're going to play a little video for you, and I will come back afterwards to now kickstart the rest of the program. Thank you.
Being able to see ahead of the face or into the rock is essential in mining. Creating this so-called glass rock environment is the ultimate objective of the Mandela Mining Precinct's Advanced Ore Body Knowledge, or AOK research program. A glass rock environment will empower geologists and mine managers to make better management decisions on safety, rock support, and excavation. LiDAR is a method used for measuring distances by illuminating the target with laser light and measuring the reflection within a sensor. Differences in laser return times and wavelengths are then used to make a digital 3D representation of the target. LiDAR is commonly used to make high-resolution maps with applications in surveying, geophysics, geography, geology, and many more. An accurate map of the structures can potentially render a clear image of faces to be excavated. Such maps can be used to collect and update crucial structure data safely, easily, and accurately. These underground scans are then used to create a virtual map of an area. And linked to the real-time information system of a mine, production personnel will be able to view data for a specific end through augmented and virtual reality or other technologies. Importantly, accurate mapping combined with improved near real-time data flow and management can significantly impact safety as well as grade control. By combining data derived from LiDAR scans with data collected from some of the other technologies in the AOK geological toolbox, including ground-penetrating radar, electric resistance tomography, and seismic tomography, geologists and mine managers can enhance their understanding of modeling of geometallurgical zones within the ore body, thus attaining the ultimate glass rock environment.
That was a lovely video, a virtual video actually, of what happens at the Mandela Mining Precinct. You can view that video on the website. It will actually give you an inside view of what to expect, stepping into this premises and what the researchers get up to in terms of their everyday job. So for people who don't have the luxury of exploring mines or actually working in the mining industry, this video just gives you a little piece of what researchers do. Now, to kickstart the program, we've got lightning talks, and I'd like to introduce our first speaker today on the lightning talks, and it is Dr. Thuthula Balfour. Thuthula Balfour's talk today is about the South African mining industry's response to COVID-19. Dr. Thuthula Balfour is a qualified doctor who brings medical and occupational health expertise to a position of health advisor at the Minerals Council South Africa. A specialist in public health medicine who also has an MBA, Dr. Balfour advocates for the industry on health issues. She also chairs the Mineral Council's Health Policy Committee, which is focused amongst others on TB, HIV and AIDS, and the prevention of silicosis and noise-induced hearing loss. Dr. Balfour was one of the lead person in developing the mining industry's standard operating procedure, used as the basis for the first COVID-19 mitigation measures for essential service employees who operated through the lockdown, and then for employees returning to work following the gradual easing of the lockdown restrictions. Under her leadership, the industry had a functional occupational health reporting system. This system was utilized for reporting on COVID-19 cases, making mining the only sector in the country that could produce daily dashboards of cases and deaths from COVID-19 in mining employees. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Thuthula Balfour. And during this talk, please feel free to use the chat feature in order to your questions, which we will then answer at the Q&A at the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm just trying to get my video on, but if I fail, because of technology, it looks like my innovative skills are not up to date. I would like to thank you very much, Chair, for the kind introduction and recognize I also recognize the CEO of the Minerals Council, Mr. Roger Baxter, Dr. Thulani, Dlamini, the CEO of the CSIR, Dr. Phil Mjwara, the Director General of the Department of Science and Innovation. And ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning, all protocol observed. I would love to thank the organizers of the symposium for inviting me to this, to give a talk. I'm really honored. As you are aware, colleagues, we are all in the grip of the third wave of the COVID-19 epidemic. And this is particularly so for those of us who are based in Gauteng, which currently is accounting for the majority of the cases in the country. This is something actually that was not absolutely unexpected from those who were doing the scenarios, for South Africa. And it's because in their the studies that they could lay their hands on, they found that Gauteng actually had very low antibody levels in the tests that were being done. So the current epidemic, which is fairly severe in Gauteng, was not expected. And I must say, as a mining person, I am selfish in this. I hope that the mining provinces will not be as severely affected as Gauteng, especially because we really had a routing in the last, the second wave, the Northwest, for instance, and other bigger mining provinces. We had a really bad time. So we are hoping that it will not be as bad. So my talk, as the chair has said today, is on our interventions, in this epidemic. This is our daily dashboard. This is a dashboard that we produce. It's on our website. It's available every day. And as the chair has said, we are just about the only sector I'm aware of that produces this. And this is showing the performance of the industry from the time that we first had COVID-19 in the country, where up to now we have reported just under 37,000 cases of COVID-19, and we have experienced 427 deaths. This was as of Friday last week. And we are now also reporting on vaccinations, which are now at about 3,883. Would really love to see those, really ramping up. I will talk more about where our vaccination program is right now. It's not where we would have loved it to be and where our capacity, is at, but at least it is getting somewhere. As you can also see, we have got testings, which is far higher than that of the national rate. And so testing has also been quite a backbone in terms of our response to the epidemic. What I will sort of take you through is, what did we do? What are we doing now? And what are we planning to do in the future? And some of what we did was mainly, the preemptive measures that we took and the risk-based approach that we utilized. And, the emphasis on non-pharmaceutical interventions, which must still be the case even now. Whilst we have the vaccination, We all need to maintain those simple measures of, social distancing and washing hands and using masks. They are the backbone, and you cannot move away from those even when you are vaccinated. Again, something that has been running through this is education and communication across the board, and I will tell you about some of that. And research, we have done quite a lot of research, and on what we are doing, collaboration has been a very big part. I have heard that mentioned already in this meeting. And actually, with collaboration, in fact, COVID-19 and any other epidemic, you cannot address as a single entity, whether you are a company or you are the Minerals Council. You have to do it with everyone. And so collaboration is key to addressing the epidemic. I will then also talk a bit about, the vaccination program that we are part of right now. Regarding our initial approach and our initial actions on this epidemic, we all know Wuhan. Everyone in the world now knows Wuhan in China. And this is where the COVID-19 SARS-CoV-2 virus, emerged in December of 2019, and in January of 2020, the WHO declared a public health emergency. And so we were very preemptive in that it's only in March that WHO declared the COVID-19 pandemic. But by then, in February of last year, we had started to see that this is something quite different that we're going to face, and it's going to require that we all collaborate. We then had discussions with the National Department of Health, and we used our the resources from the WHO to start already informing our members, our employees, and of course through them, our members, the employees, regarding what was possibly coming up and what was required to ensure that one protects oneself from the COVID epidemic that would be coming. We then had the declaration of COVID-19 as a pandemic, and we immediately ensured that our members had guidance. We developed what was then called the 10-point action plan about proactive measures, prevention measures on the main around COVID-19, how companies could adjust their working environment to reduce the impact of COVID-19. Small things like, how employees are transported within the workplace, how also even when employees are coming to the workplace, you need to ensure that they are on safe transport and they do not contract the disease. We also developed a number of standard operating procedures on the management of COVID-19. And this was well before, the lockdown. Following the lockdown, we then ensured that our members had standard operating procedures again on what to do when the employees come back. And there was quite a lot that had to be done. Some companies had to even look at how to transport employees from labor sending areas, in the neighboring countries and in South Africa, and to ensure that, again, there is least, contracting of the disease, because transport routes are also a big source of infection. And therefore, those companies made sure that, DEBA was mobilized to support that employees get back to work, without contracting the virus. We also produced guidance on personal protective equipment, and the industry was quite certain that, the minimum, no cloth masks for our employees, the minimum had to be a surgical mask, which at the time was reserved for medical people because of its higher, level of protection. But we believe that with limited or reduced ventilation underground, we had to make sure that our employees had best protection. And so surgical masks, and then those who had occupational requirements, which required higher levels of protection, they continued with those, like the FFP2, which are at the same level as the N95 masks, which are used in the medical environment. And so we were quite proactive in ensuring that materials, communication, standard operating procedures were there in place for our members. We also believe that testing was vital, because with any communicable disease, you need to identify those people that have the disease and try to, take them out from your population. That leads to really reducing the number of the people that can then transmit the disease. So testing was a very big part of our approach. We knew in South Africa there was a limitation when it comes to testing, but a number of companies invested in purchasing testing facilities, establishing testing facilities. Some had collaborations, and significantly one of those was with the CSIR. The CSIR had a testing facility, and those companies did very well, in terms of them having that access to ensure that there was even random testing, which could pick up people who were asymptomatic. As we all know, the mainstay of this disease is there's a huge number of people that are asymptomatic. So through random testing, a lot of people were picked up, and therefore they were isolated and their contacts were traced. And as mining, we had been required to provide quarantine and isolation facilities, which I think was great for us, because it meant that we actually did not have to depend on maybe facilities from the public sector, which at some point actually became saturated. So when we were allowed to continue with mining after the lockdown, as one of the first sectors which were then declared as essential, we had to provide those isolation and quarantine facilities. And it meant if someone is found to be positive, then they can be isolated and the disease can be prevented from spreading. We also had a lot of leadership. We have an established CEO Zero Harm Forum, which looks at health and safety and monitors our performance and how we are getting to the industry milestones, which currently are for 2024. So that forum was the one then utilized to lead on the response to COVID-19. And I don't know how many meetings at one time. They would meet even once a month, to oversee our reaction and our response to the COVID epidemic. And it was, that leadership, I think, really provided a lot of impetus to our approach, and it led to even the reprioritization of funding. As you can see, I told you that we put in money to ensure that there is daily reporting, and we also then repurposed some of the funding that we had. And we had 3 streams, one for research, the other behavior change, and the last one for geographic information mapping. On the research, we're quite proud to say that we could, analyze the nature of the epidemic to the extent that we could identify, for instance, we found that the gold sector, their mortality was higher than the rest of the industry. And so we could then make more investigations into that sector to find the reasons and ensure that they are able to put in more, measures to ensure that their employees are protected. And again, we have still got a seroprevalence study, which we are conducting through a reputable research company. They've done 2 phases of that survey out of 3 phases. The first phase was after the first wave, the second was after the second wave, and we are now waiting to do the last one after this current wave. And that data was actually utilized by the Ministerial Advisory Committee in how it puts together its scenarios. So the fact that, for instance, it was found that Gauteng had low levels of seroprevalence of the disease, it was picked up through data such as that had been provided, some of it by ourselves, where 2 of the mines, one was in Gauteng and the other was in Northern Cape. And therefore that data could be used by the national, in a national initiative to determine the scenarios for the third wave. On behavior change, we developed, tools that the companies could utilize to improve behavior change, because COVID-19 is something that has a lot to do with behavior change. The making sure that people utilize their masks or they wash hands. It's a behavior change. And so we had experts who assisted us to develop those tools for our companies. The last one on geographic information mapping, it was a new initiative where we were then using, mapping the cases, looking at various indicators in the community that would for us indicate which areas had high propensity maybe for transmission. If, let's say, the COVID cases were in areas of high density, it then meant we need to be far more alert to those areas, because the possibility that there might be spread of the virus in those areas, was higher than, let's say, in an area which was less densely populated or where water was available, because the amount of information we had was up to even, access to water and access to electricity and other basic amenities, which would have an impact on the transmission, of COVID-19, because COVID-19 is a fairly socio-economic challenge. So as we all know by now, most people that have been most seriously impacted by the disease, it has had a very big link with their socio-economic status. So this data that we had collected on the geographic information mapping included that data, which, as I said, could alert areas which had the potential for rapid spread. These are examples of some of the employee and community, information that was provided, and also the support. Our companies really went all out to support the local communities and the local departments of health. Water tanks, as you know, some water is a problem. So in some areas, companies provided water tanks, they provided PPE, they provided hand sanitizers to the communities. We had contributions made by our companies to the Solidarity Fund, and also a company in the Northern Cape gave 100 million for medical equipment, because the Northern Cape is one of those provinces that are very difficult to, because of its sparse population, a very wide geographic area, the provision of health services there is very difficult. And these all were very appreciated in terms of making a difference to the province. Another initiative we're very proud of was the contribution that was made by 13 mining companies to the Eastern Cape for oxygen and oxygen-related products. Some of you might be aware the Eastern Cape is one of the biggest labor sending areas in South Africa, and it is also the poorest. It always competes with Limpopo, whether Limpopo or Eastern Cape is the poorest, but it is a province with very limited resources. And if we remember, it also had a very bad third wave, a second wave in December, January last year. And we are quite pleased that we did manage to, make a difference to that province through the donations from companies where, oxygen concentrators and rebreather masks and CPAP ventilators, all of those, the oxygen value chain, we called it Oxygen for Life. And as you know, oxygen was at a premium during the second wave. And so we are really quite proud of what we could contribute, or those companies could contribute to that initiative. To again emphasize the issue of collaboration, there is a lot of work we have done regarding collaboration with the unions in the industry. We have had a number of meetings regularly sometimes and ad hoc at other times, but even now, with the vaccination, we did meet with the unions, to say this is where we are now. And as I said, colleagues, collaboration is key when it comes to the epidemic. the more we are, acting in unison, the better we are able to address the epidemic. At the moment, we are now right in the middle of trying to ensure that, every South African gets a jab in the arm, which is the COVID-19 vaccine. And as you know, it is a government-led process. Our companies have been ready since March. In fact, the first companies to register and lift their arms to be vaccination sites, this was in March of this year. It's a pity, though, that we are now in June, and for many reasons, not all of these companies have yet been designated as vaccination sites. But I am just trying to alert you that our companies are ready. Some are ready to even assist with the community so that the immediate community can also not be left out when it comes to, access to the vaccine. We've had a lot of communication on vaccine hesitancy. Unfortunately, there is a huge anti-vaccine global sort of drive, really. And so our approach really has been that we will target those people who are hesitant about the vaccine and tell them our side of the story, which is, we believe that with vaccination, we can actually, as a country, get back to normal. And so we have been on a very big campaign to explain the need for the vaccine. Things like, for instance, even when there are side effects, those side effects due to the vaccine are usually far, in terms of their frequency, they are far less than the side effects you would get from the disease itself. Thrombosis, for instance, being a good example. You have 1 woman in 1 million who was found to have thrombosis due to the vaccine in the USA. But the percentage of people that have thrombosis due to COVID-19 is very high. And so it is about, the vaccine can prevent your having very severe disease and you dying. Yes, it will not prevent you catching COVID-19, but the likelihood that you will have a very severe disease or die is far less when you have had the vaccine than if you have not had the vaccine. And so we have been on that message to encourage people. Our current priorities have been currently to, assist our companies in becoming vaccination sites, to continue with the screening and the testing, and also to assist both our employees and the communities with, the registration of those people who are over 60, and also the healthcare workers. On the vaccination itself, as I said, our companies were early, early on, very ready to be vaccination sites. And 55 of them have applied to be primary vaccination sites, and others have applied to be secondary, which means that they will take their doses on a daily basis from a recognized site and vaccinate their employees. And right now, however, I can report that only 1 of our sites in Rustenburg, Impala Hospital, is vaccinating. They started vaccinating from the 24th of May, and we are hoping that this week, 2 more of our sites will come on stream. We also have about 6 others that have been approved, and it's just the problem is there's so many steps, that need to be completed. And at the moment, there is also a vaccine shortage, but very soon we hope the next 2 million doses of the J&J vaccine will be replaced. That is following the mishap in the factory in the USA. And so we want to be ready that by the time the vaccines are here in large numbers, most of our sites that have been prepared to vaccinate, will be ready, and we will have a faster rollout of the vaccination of the vaccines. These are just, pictures of where we are now. This is pictures from Impala Hospital. Those of you who know the lead on health in Impala, Dr. John Andrews, He's there in one of the pictures pushing a lady on a wheelchair. And I must say, I must emphasize again, you know, part of the success of Impala was through collaboration. When we had the vaccination of healthcare workers during the phase 1, Impala was not a vaccination site, but what they did was to train 18 vaccinators and send them to a pool in Rustenburg, which was serving both public and private sector. And Rustenburg has really done very well, well beyond other areas in the vaccination of healthcare workers. And we believe with that approach, you know, of regional collaboration, a lot of our companies can also make a success of this vaccination program. And I will end by saying that what we have been advising our companies is, yes, you do not have your rights to be vaccination sites right now, but what you can do is to ensure that you're over 60s, you collaborate with the local private sector, you collaborate with the local public sector and ensure that they are vaccinated. And fortunately for workplaces, we will be allowed to vaccinate the over 40s, you know, but in a age prioritized manner. So even when we're allowed to vaccinate everyone who's over 40, we must still start with those who are over 60 and work our way down. So all in all, we are really looking forward to the next doses being available, which means the vaccine is no longer in short supply, and we are hoping our companies will be approved very soon, or in fact, they will be ready. Some of them this week and the rest in the following weeks, so that we can really accelerate the vaccination program in the country and in the mining sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Balfour. I'd like you to stay on camera because we've got some questions from the audience that I'd like you to answer. I'll ask them separately for the time being. The first one is from Vijay Nundlal, and he asks, can Dr. Balfour address the issue of the time period to be observed between taking the flu vaccine and the COVID-19 vaccine, as we are in the flu season and fast approaching the rollout of the COVID-19 vaccine?
Okay, that's one, it's 14 days is given between the flu vaccine and the COVID-19 vaccine. So it's not a long time. If you've had your flu vaccine, then you can, in 2 weeks' time, have your COVID-19 vaccine.
Thank you. The second question comes from Alec Gumbi. He's got 2 questions to ask you. The first question is, are you able to share the reasons that make gold miners more susceptible to higher mortality rates due to COVID-19? The second, is the industry now permitted to source and administer approved vaccines to its employees? If so, does this include the employees' dependents?
Okay, thank you. The gold miners, when we did the sort of further study on why they had higher levels, it ended up being a question of they have a higher burden of lung diseases. And COVID-19, we all know, affects your lungs. And so, for instance, we know that in the gold sector, there is exposure to silica dust, which predisposes people to TB. And that's why TB programs are far more robust in the gold sector. So it then looked like that is probably then the underlying reason that the gold miners would have a higher mortality from COVID-19. The issue of the vaccines, the current vaccination program is driven only through government. So no one is allowed to purchase vaccines. We all are allocated our vaccines from the pool in government. When it was healthcare workers, there was a 2/3 public sector, 1/3 private sector split. And even now there is, we work out it's split between when the vaccine, if 100 vaccines come, then it's known maybe a third will go for the public sector, or 20% will go for the private sector. So there is no one allowed at the moment to purchase their own vaccine and to administer it. And therefore the dependents, mines had been ready to vaccinate dependents, vaccinate communities, but at the moment, the companies are allowed to vaccinate their own employees, except if there are local circumstances where the government, the provincial government, we know of cases where maybe the provincial government makes the request and it actually allocates community members to the vaccination site, which is a mine vaccination site. So when it comes to dependents, again, we don't have any control over those. The company can only assist, in providing information. We hope that when the vaccine shortage is no longer there, government will relax some of these measures, because at the moment, the government is trying to ensure that those who are most at risk, and that is the people who are over 60, who account for they are 9% of the population, but they account for more than almost 60% of deaths are people who are over 60. So you can understand that the government is trying to ensure that, there's targeted, application in a resource-scarce environment. But I think once there is no shortage, we might find that government then is even ready to allow, companies to have more leeway in assisting with dependents, assisting with the communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Balfour. I'll ask you the last two questions before we close this session. The first being from Anonymous, actually both are from Anonymous. The first is, as you've said, behavior change is central to dealing with the pandemic. COVID meant reducing the number of employees going underground. What has been the role of organized labor in this instance? The second question, what risks do variants pose to the vaccination campaign? Thank you.
Okay. As I said, with some of the non-pharmaceutical measures do include, physical distancing. And as the person says, in fact, the numbers were reduced more because some employees were so vulnerable. They were maybe their age, their comorbidities were such that they were not allowed back at work. So a lot of them, the numbers were reduced because of employees that were vulnerable. But for those who could work, the reduction was more, if you were supposed to have maybe one lift going down, you have two lifts, because then you can de-densify people. And the role of labor there was very critical because, when it comes to behavior change, people believe those who are closest to them. And for organized labor, they are closest to employees. And so companies worked a lot with organized labor to ensure that employees fully understand, the reasons and some of the measures that were being put in place, which is what I said, that we were working a lot with organized labor, and we had regular meetings fairly early in the epidemic. When it comes to variants, as you know, South Africa did have one of the variants. We have what is called the original, virus, and with any virus, there will always be variants that develop because the virus is always looking for ways in which it can survive. And so in South Africa, we had the beta variant, and the last one, the variant of concern, which is circulating, is the Delta variant, which had been found for the first time in India. Those variants, so it was the UK, South Africa, Brazil, and India. We have people in South Africa that are studying those variants. And thus far, they do believe that the current vaccines, in fact, the variant which is usually of concern when it comes to the vaccines and usually prevents the maximum effect of the vaccine is the South African variant. But there are tests that have been conducted which have determined that even though these vaccines are not as effective on the beta variant, which is circulating in South Africa, they are still effective when it comes to reducing hospitalization and reducing deaths. Because the key aim, if you cannot prevent the disease through a vaccine, is at least make sure then that the health facilities are protected by reducing the number of people that will need to be hospitalized, and also reducing fatalities. So even though then the beta variant, it does have the vaccines are not as effective on it as with the original virus. They still find that the vaccines are effective enough for it to be, for the vaccines to be of value. And I think that's the key takeaway. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Dr. Balfour, for your insight into something that's on everybody's mind. And as you said, in terms of hesitance about taking their vaccine, I hope today participants have a bit more confidence in going to get their vaccines when it opens up for the rest of the population as well. With that, I'd like to move to the second session of today, the second talk, which is titled 4IR and Digital Transformation in Mining. For this talk, we'll be joined by Ulrich Graf, who holds a degree in electrical and electronic engineering. He's currently employed as the Senior Engineer Industry 4.0 and Industrial Internet of Things at Huawei Technologies. Before joining Huawei in 2011, he worked for almost 17 years in the telecommunication industry in various sales, product and R&D departments at Siemens and Nokia, where he would extend his business and professional competence in the areas of engineering, product and program management for enterprise, fixed and mobile networks. And since joining Huawei, Graf has established the European Solution Management Team, serving solutions like policy and traffic management, cell congestion control, telco transformation, and more recently, IoT and Industry 4.0. In 2019, he joined the Applied Network Technology Laboratory in the Huawei German Research Center in Munich, working on new communication and networking technologies targeting different industry verticals. I'd like to welcome Mr. Ulrich Graf onto the platform. And as previously, please feel free to send through your questions about the chat, which we will then answer after the session. Thank you.
Okay, hello everyone. I hope you can see my slides, which I already started to share. Yeah, personal introduction we already heard. I'm specifically working in the Industrial Internet Consortium as a chair in the mining task group, but I'm also a member of the networking group. And I'm also participating as a member to Platform Industry 4.0 for Work Group 1, Reference Architecture Standards and Norms. So who's Huawei? Who we are? We are leading a supplier of information and communication technology solutions. We had last year revenue of 136 billion US dollar. We deliver to 45 of the top 50 operators globally, and 1/3 of the world population are directly or indirectly utilizing Huawei technology. We have over 194,000 employees worldwide, and almost 50% are working in research and development. With regards to business units, we have the carrier business, enterprise and cloud infrastructure, and also the consumer business, meaning smartphones, tablets, wearables, laptops, and so on. So if you want to go more, here is a link towards our annual report 2020. So in fourth industrial revolution or industry 4.0, what do we actually mean? There are a lot of buzzwords here like cloud computing, edge computing, new business models, cyber physical things, data analytics, and so on. So for my talk, I want to focus on an underlining theme of all connected, all sensing, and all intelligent. So here we see the stages of Industry 4.0 development. In the first phase, we have the computerization, the connectivity, all about information and communication technology. So this is relying to all connected. Then we have the visibility, what is happening. So the transparency, why is it happening? The predictive capacity, what will happen? And finally, the final stage is how can autonomous systems and responses be achieved by adaptability. With regards to all connected, here I just have an industrial internet consortium connectivity and networking framework. This is related to the OSI layer, going over physical link layer, network transport framework, and also the distributed data management and interoperability. And this is split because within the IIC, we have a connectivity task group, and they provided the industrial internet connectivity framework. So the IICF, that means everything above the OC layer 3. So talking about transport framework and the technologies like 1M2M, DDS, OPC UA. And for the lower layers, this is the industrial internet networking framework, which will be released soon. And they focus on the lower layers of the stack, specifically physical link layer and networking stack. And here I just want to point out some of the technologies. We have the evolution of Ethernet, also towards time-sensitive networks. We have the wireless personal area network, so the short-range wireless. We have the Wi-Fi, the wireless LAN part. We have the cellular technologies, and here underlining is also the WiMAX part, the IEEE 802.16. So I just want to focus on two of them. First of all, the local area network, the IEEE 802.11. Here you just see how this technology has evolved over the past 20 years, let's say, coming from legacy systems like Wi-Fi N, BGA, and so on. And here it's evolving towards AC Wi-Fi, also known as Wi-Fi 5, towards Wi-Fi AX, also known as Wi-Fi 6, which is the latest iteration here. Besides that, we see that there are here also very high-speed technologies like WiGig, which are utilizing 60 gigahertz frequency spectrum. We have also technologies like the Wi-Fi AH, looking into machine-to-machine and IoT connectivity. And there's also here a technology called Wi-Fi P, 11P. And this is only dedicated for vehicles to vehicles and vehicles to infrastructure. So the latest iteration of Wi-Fi is Wi-Fi 6. This has been introduced last year. And you see here also how Wi-Fi evolved. And with the latest iteration, Wi-Fi 6, also the Wi-Fi 6E with increased spectrum, we can add in the spectrum of 6 gigahertz in Europe, another 480 megahertz, which doubles the available frequency spectrum for Wi-Fi usage. And in the US, it's even 1,200 megahertz. The maximum speed of Wi-Fi 6 is almost 10 gigabits per second. You have very low latency, down to 10 milliseconds, and up to 1,024 users can be sharing the access within one access point of the network. Then we have the 5G, specifically the 3GPP release 16, which has been finalized last year and will be probably introduced later this year in 2021. We see also some capabilities and characteristics of 5G. One is the enhanced mobile broadband that's just taking care about increased speed, upload speeds. Download peak speeds are up to 20 gigabits per second. We have the massive machine type communication. This is specifically scaling towards billions of connections globally. Here the focus is 100 billion cellular connections by 2025. And finally, the ultra reliable low latency communication, which is also part of release 16, providing very low latencies down to 1 millisecond. And this all is achieved by a new air interface, the 5G new radio interface, focusing on features like a massive multiple input, multiple output. So we have antenna arrays, which are allowed to provide beamforming and millimeter wave communication. Then talking about all sensing, I picked the digital twin, which is currently also a very hot topic in the industry. A digital twin is a digital representation sufficient to meet the requirements of a set of use cases. Here, digital twin representation means information that represents characteristics and behavior of real-world twins, as shown on the left-hand side. So sensor data is retrieved from the real-world twin, which drives the representation of the digital twin in the virtual world. And the digital model and the logic of the digital twin provides visibility, transparency on context awareness, like, for example, what is happening and why is it happening. Within Industry 4.0, we are talking about the so-called asset administration shell, so integration of assets into the world of information. Asset means here everything that requires a connection for an Industry 4.0 solution. Here are some examples like machines and their components, supply material, parts and products, exchanged documents like drawings, wirings, diagrams, blueprints, contracts and orders, and further information. And the asset administration shell is the implementation of the digital twin for Industry 4.0. You see a lot of organizations which are taking care of digital twin definition and standardization. I just want to pick out two of them. One is the so-called Industrial Digital Twin Association. And the second one is the Digital Twin Consortium, and they both taking care about open code, open specification, and open development models. So then also providing later on all de facto standards also as an open source implementation. Finally, all intelligent. Here's just the roller coaster of artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence is nothing new. It's here almost since 70 years. And we saw there have been ups and downs. More recently, we see increased momentum in artificial intelligence development, as indicated here on the right-hand side. And with artificial intelligence, first of all, the definition. So a subset of artificial intelligence is the machine learning. Subset of machine learning is the deep learning or the deep neural networking. And a subset of deep learning is neural networks. Here are just some examples how artificial intelligence is utilized in the form of machine learning, deep learning, predictive analytics, then speech and computer vision, so image recognition, machine vision, natural language processing, and finally expert systems, planning, optimization, and robotics. So here are just some examples of artificial intelligence use cases in mining industry. You have autonomous mining machines, you have stope phase assessment and reef profiling, so which means image analytics, track and position of assets and people, so identifying objects, classifying people, real-time resource scheduling, allocation, and optimizing, so orchestrating complete fleets of assets and machines, dynamic visualization and mapping of underground layout, for example, by drones, flying drones, evacuation in case of an incident, so estimation of risk level, for example, and also or on conveyor belts, imaging, so doing sorting and sorting unwanted supplies out. The potential and the benefits of the digital transformation in mining, qualitative, we have improved failure anticipation, we have reduced environment impact, increased productivity, performance monitoring, improved decision making, and improved mine safety. And according to a recent World Economic Forum report, by 2025, we see that digitalization in mining and metals industry could create 425 billion of potential value add for the industry, customer, society, environment, 320 billion of potential value for the industry, 610 billion tons of reduction of CO2 emission, 1,000 life saves, and 44,000 injuries avoided. So finally, the vision of Industry 4.0 for 2030 is about autonomy, self-determination, and free scope for action, guarantees competitiveness in digital business models by technology development, security, and digital infrastructure. And we have the interoperability, cooperation, and open ecosystems permit plurality and flexibility. So talking about regulatory frameworks, standards, and integration, and decentralized systems and artificial intelligence. And then we have sustainability, modern industrial value creation ensures high standard of living, which means decent work and education, climate change mitigation, and the circular economy, and the social participation. That's my talk. Any question?
Thank you, Mr. Graf. Yes, we do have a question. I will be off camera for this. So the first question we have is from a participant by the name of Lawrence Erasmus. His question is, how does Wi-Fi 6 and 5G perform in a high noise EMC environment where blasting is taking place and a lot of high-powered electrical motors with high EMC noise radiation is present? Also, how does the technologies perform in an environment with high backscatter and non-line of sight connections between communication nodes?
Yeah, we see that Wi-Fi as well as 5G are vulnerable to, let's say, certain electromagnetic noise in the background, and also then by environments reflecting and so on. The idea is here that we introduce small cells. That means that we have access points which are very close to each other. We finally need to see at which frequencies we have the electromagnetic noise and how this is related to the spectrum used by this technology. So for Wi-Fi, I showed already what kind of spectrum we use. In terms of 5G or private 5G, at least for Germany, you can say that the regulator provided dedicated spectrum, like here, for example, 3.7 to 3.8 gigahertz, which can be utilized privately to build a private campus network, let's say. And that means also depending to where the electromagnetic disturbance come from, you might take it as a design choice to build up your network. I hope the question is answered.
Thank you. The next question comes from Anonymous. Skills match will become a big problem specifically for South Africa. How are other industries or countries addressing this? Do you have any insights to share?
Skill. I think I cannot answer this question, sorry.
Okay, I think those are the questions that we have. And I'd just like to know if you have any final notes in terms of the future of mining. How do we make sure that, education, skills development, how do we align your talk with what's going to be happening in this industry?
Yeah, I think it's very important to focus on skills and education systems, and to also make sure that this is reflected also in schools, in academics, and to really make sure that also in the early stage that these skills are built up, and the interest of people and kids and young people is really attracted also to work in this industry.
Thank you so much, Mr. Graf, for your lovely talk and answering those questions. I'd like to let everybody know that we've come to the end of the first part of this program for today. I'd like to thank all our speakers who gave their time to address us on very important issues around vaccination, COVID-19, the fourth industrial revolution, and where mining is going. Thank you to Roger Baxter, Dr. Thulani Dlamini, Dr. Phil Mjwara for their opening remarks about the collaborations in this sector as well. And just to let you know that we're taking a quick break, we will play a video, and when you come back on, it will be time for the breakaway session. So please follow the breakaway rooms as stipulated for the program for today. My time with you has ended. Tomorrow we do continue with the next part of the session, and please do join us then as well. Thank you very much for your time, and enjoy the rest of your day and the rest of our program. Thank you and goodbye.
As the mining industry transitions to the fourth industrial revolution, the Mandela Mining Precinct is investigating the concept of a connected miner. The concept emanates from the needs of the shift supervisor to efficiently and timelessly record safety data. Typically, in older mines, mining activities occur at the stope, with little to no information flow from the stope to the surface. Everything is paper-based, thereby compromising the management cycle by providing data 24 hours late. In newer mines, well-established ICT infrastructure allows for the introduction of an electronic capturing and reporting system to replace paper-based systems. This will make the data available in near real time, thereby increasing efficiencies. The Mandela Mining Precinct's Longevity of Current Mines research program is working with original equipment manufacturers to develop a suitable solution. Working with M Technologies, an OEM based in Buffelspoort, a tablet has been identified as a possible solution. The device is loaded with legally compliant safety data software, enabling the shift supervisor to record data in a structured manner, then move to the closest Wi-Fi hotspot to upload the data for use in mine operations. Another software solution being explored is a web-based system called Pivot, developed by IBIS Technology based in Johannesburg. Using Pivot, the shift boss is able to capture data in a logbook, which is a digitized version of paper-based systems currently in use. In developing this new technology, the Mandela Mining Precinct is prioritizing the following key features. The technology must enable repetitive recording daily in underground conditions. The data must be recorded in a legally compliant manner. Daily safety reports must be generated efficiently and timeously for use by the next shift. Given the varying degrees of ICT infrastructure in newer versus older mines, the solution has to be applicable to both scenarios. And restricting recordings to that which is legally required by the Mining Safety Act. A pilot implementation is planned to evaluate management impacts. It is envisaged that this technology will make significant contributions to supervisory efficiencies and contribute to the industry-wide zero harm objective. In the future, we envisage the connected miner utilizing wearable technology, including a communication device linked to the mine's underground ICT infrastructure, sensors to monitor heartbeat and temperature, an audio and visual channel attached to hard hats, and a power supply to last one full shift. Digitizing the shift boss's logbook is the first step in digitalizing underground mining.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will go on a short break until 10:30. We'll also share the agenda of what's to come. Please have a look at your chat box to see what the next sessions are. Thank you.
Yeah. Morning, everyone, and welcome to our plenary for discussing the beneficiation of our stakeholder relationships over the last 3 to 4 years at the Mandela Mining Precinct. I'd like to introduce our co-director, one of our co-directors, Mr. Dick Kruger. He will be kicking off the conversation, and he's one of our leaders at the Mandela Mining Precinct. Thank you, Dick. Over to you.
Thanks, JJ. Let me screen share here.
So in the interim, while Dick gets the screen up, just a reminder that after this session, there will be a 15-minute lunch break so that we can resume shortly thereafter. You can refer to the program. Thank you.
Dick, will you just please stop sharing your screen and then just reshare again with the actual presentation, because at the moment we see your email, an email message.
Okay, yeah, I don't think you see it anymore.
Still see it? Just stop sharing.
Wow.
There we go. I've stopped your sharing. So if you can just reshare again.
That's it.
Yes, we can see it now. Just put it into presentation mode, please.
Sorry. That it?
Hello.
And if you go to the bottom of your screen, the bottom right-hand side.
Yeah.
The little icon, the first icon on your right. You can just click that right at the bottom of your screen.
No, it's not that.
I can't see your cursor at the moment. If you can just move that around a bit. You just go right to the bottom of your screen on the right-hand side. It says note. Notes right at the bottom.
No, there's nothing there. Can you see anything there?
Press F5. Dick, press F5.
F5.
Yeah.
F5. No, that's not it.
Can you see the bottom of your...
Dick, you've got slideshow open at the top.
Wow.
Just click on that one, say set up slideshow. It's under animations. Just click on that one.
Slideshows. Set up slideshow?
Yes, please.
That's it.
Just say okay.
Is it? That's it?
It should be under file from beginnings. It's
yes.
Okay.
Yeah. If you click from beginning under file.
Yes.
Yes,
from beginning under file.
The first icon under file on your, yeah, there we go.
And that should present. There you go.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Sorry for the slow start. Why do we need mining research and development? Well, viable mineral resources are becoming scarcer and is more and less accessible over time. Cost of inputs are increasing continually. There's a need for improvement in mining technology and equipment. Hence, we need research and development to improve mining methods and equipment. Now, I think in South Africa, we realized that a very long time ago. If you look at the history of mining research, it starts off with the Council for Geoscience. It was formed as the Geological Survey in 1912, MINTEC that was formed as the National Institute for Metallurgy in 1934, and the first big one was COMRO in 1964, the Chamber of Mines Research Organization. That was big and it lasted until 1993. Then we had specific programs, very focused, under mining tech. It was a deep mine, future mine, plat mine, and coal tech, which is still ongoing. Now, our current mining research landscape is MINTEC, of course, the CSIR, Council for Geoscience, Human Sciences Research Council, the 3 mining universities, and there are also mining-related programs at other universities. And then there are the funding agencies like Coltech, Mine Health and Safety Council, and well as the Mandela Mining Precinct. And another institution that has a great impact on the mining industry is the Water Research Council. Way back in 2014, there was some concern about mining research not doing what it should be doing or not taking place. There was a workshop of over 2 days led by the minister, then Deputy Minister of Minerals and Energy, Godfrey Oliphant. And this resulted in a document, the SAMERDI strategy, being prepared. This document was used as input to the mining Pakisa in 2015, and it was accepted by the Pakisa as the way to go. And it recognized, firstly, the need to strengthen mining research, and then the need to modernize mining. Major objectives are to improve the competitiveness of the sector and create new opportunities for South African-based companies to operate along the entire value chain, from innovation stemming from research to R&D areas. And secondly, to rebuild South Africa as the world leader in mining research and development and innovation by building or rebuilding human resource skills, capabilities, and capacity across industry, academia, and the Science Council, all the Science Councils, and ensuring sustainability of these. This resulted in the SAMERDI program, which is currently being implemented by the Mandela Mining Precinct. And it has 6 streams or programs. Firstly, the modernization of current mining operations, mechanized drill and blast, 24/7 non-explosive rock breaking, advanced ore body knowledge, real-time information management systems, and the human factor. The authors of the SAMERDI strategy realized that no single institution existed that was capable of doing all this work. So they proposed a network system that will utilize all the capacity available in South Africa and guide it in the right direction. And it forms a hub and spoke structure. The Mandela Mining Precinct is the hub, and the spokes are the research partners contracted to do research projects that are directed and financed by the Mandela Mining Precinct. It also has a supplier link to the Mining Equipment Manufacturing Association of South Africa, MEMSA. Current research partners, or up to now research partners, with the CSIR, Wits, Johannesburg, and Pretoria. We realized that we've exhausted the capacity of these research partners. We sort of overutilized them. Now we started reaching out to the OEM Forum, which is the global mining suppliers in South Africa, the Council for Geoscience, and CONMISA. And to further put this in place, the Mandela Mining Precinct issued a call for expressions of interest very widely to all, well, JJ can expand on this one, but this was to everybody who could think of. We received well over 50 responses and engaged with respondents and selected a number for cooperation. Currently, contracting is in process. The other initiative, and this is mainly aimed at rebuilding research capacity. We try and do this by financing basic research at universities through the SAMERDI research centers. This will involve mainly postgraduate students, including postgrads from previously disadvantaged institutions. And currently we are busy establishing 4 of these centers, one at Pretoria, one in Johannesburg, and 2 at the Bits. The benefit of this network that we've created is, firstly, it utilizes existing facilities and entities. There's a low capital requirement, there's low internal overheads, it's flexible, and it builds capacity. I think, JJ, over to you.
So I have the same problem as you now. Right, so just building on to what Dick was sharing with you, and as you may know, in the complex world of integrated technology and solutions and innovation and development and research, and often among many divergent type of stakeholders, and while we're in the space of a very evolving and dynamic world and the pressures that come with that, we need to overlay certain frameworks in which these goals and these roles eventually do converge, and doing so in an effective and an efficient manner. And so as the slide depicts, it shows that the R&D stream does interface with the manufacturing stream at some points in the life cycle of solutions or products. So the SAMERDI program adopted the technology readiness levels 1 to 9, or we refer to them as the TRL levels, to map, track, and execute on its goals. It would achieve these within a TRL 3 to 6. Typically, TRL 1, 2, and 3 could belong to academia. So the aim is then to hand over to our product and solution developer and commercialization community at advanced TRL levels, as you can see in the slide at the bottom. The collaboration and co-creation remain constants and through the SAMERDI program, and this multi-stakeholder structure is then thus assured. It means that there's this constant interfacing that happens. But it is primarily in the TRL 7 to 9 levels and into the product management lifecycle that we realize the benefits that were envisaged. And so it does take, it manifests a few years down the line. And we want to shorten that lifespan. So we then stay engaged along the technology, product, and solutions lifecycle in an iterative manner. That is between R&D and the manufacturing or product development fraternity. So in the case of the ARTEMS program, which has been running for 4 years now since 2017, it's the oldest program, we achieved to a great degree TRL levels 4 to 6 for many of the solutions. They're not 100%, but they're good enough as minimum viable product concepts to be developed further. Now, that means that we need to collaborate with stakeholders that are proficient in progressing solutions and products into TRL 7 to 9, and importantly, able to take them through the product lifecycle, starting with practical and implementable solutions. We then stay engaged as part of the feedback loop into the R&D, if appropriate and required, hence that circular arrow that you see up there. This would expedite the solutioning process and ultimately benefit the end users, which are our mining companies. So it was simple, the rationale for progressing from an R&D into a product lifecycle and expanding the research and solution partner pool. And we did so with local and global participants. Companies that have product solution frameworks that utilize product management lifecycle methods are best placed to assist in tracking and the aspirational benefits and outcomes that we aim for. Additional benefits relate to achieving economies of scale for the mining companies and industry, and thereby we achieve efficiency in terms of cost. There's technical support that's available, and there's this constant open feedback loop into the R&D if it's required, and continuous solutioning and continuous improvement is then enabled. What it also enabled was and encouraged was promoting the willing collaborator concept and expanding that landscape in order to enable true co-creation of solutions and products that become possible. Expanding the partner pool also exposes the Mandela Mining Precinct and its existing partners to a broad global community, literally, and exponential access to hundreds of product developments, developers, innovators, researchers, and solution implementers. So ideation on steroids, if you like. We also found that by being able to assign specific roles to these partners makes the engagement easier, as opposed to taking a typical traditional R&D partner and then forcing them to become a square peg in a round hole when they're not suited to do so. And it's important because in order to achieve the optimal and strategic structure for our programs, we have to consider this. And then finally, the slides just expands on it by emphasizing the fact that by widening the reach of our collaboration efforts, we believe we can achieve more and we can do so faster, and specifically chasing the results and the outcomes faster. For example, if we by doing early scoping and defining the solutions, agreeing on it, and then being able to, at a high level and early on stage in the process, assess solutions and products, it thus speeds up the entire process towards eventual structuring and implementation of a suitable program that focuses on solutions or research if it has to. And an example of this is what we've experienced in the last number of months. We launched the initiative to expand the researcher pool in March. We're now heading towards the end of June, and July we actually start work already. So in a matter of three and a half months, this is how much we've been able to just benefit by expanding the partner pool, and we're actually capitalizing on an assortment of partners and various perspectives on solutioning. So with that, I'd like to just hand over back to Dick or Camilla.
Dick, do you have any further comments?
Do we have any questions? I don't see any questions in the chat box.
There aren't any questions, Jojo. I think we can go over to our lunch break now. We will resume again at 12:30 for track 7 and 8. So please join back at 12:30.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. The breakout rooms will now open. Please select either track 7 or 8.
Hello, Mkandi. I think Kajeni is busy with this. Hello.
Johan, you're on mute.
Thank you. Good afternoon all, and thank you for the opportunity to make a few closing remarks. And maybe can we just mute there? Thank you. Yeah, I think events such as these do not happen overnight. The wheels are rolling months ahead. It requires planning and a bird's eye for details. And as the precinct, we have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of highly motivated, dedicated colleagues, various strategic partners that we listen to today, and the service providers that are very focused on the job at hand. So specifically, I would like to thank the following institutions and the people: the Department of Science and Innovation and the Minerals Council of South Africa for funding the mining research, development, innovation, and in doing so, our attempt to revitalize mining R&D and mining in South Africa. We also then thank the DG of the DSI and the Minerals Council CEO for the opening remarks this morning, and for reconfirming their support to the precinct, the SAMERDI strategy, and the associated activities. The CSIR and the Minerals Council, we also thank you for hosting the Mandela Mining Precinct, for the management, the administrative support, and the guidance that are provided. We also thank the CSIR CEO for his opening remarks and the confirmation of his support. Our research partners, as we mentioned earlier, the CSIR, University of Johannesburg, Pretoria, and Witwatersrand, for joining us in our journey towards the modernization of the mining industry. We thank you for that. Also a big thank you for your participation in our program for today and for all the presentations made. And also to our other research partners that recently joined us through the process that we followed, where we're expanding the research and collaboration pool. Thank you to you all. A special thanks to our host and our panelists and our speakers of the different plenary sessions and the tracks today. I think you all did very well, and we as a precinct is proud of our association with you. Your presentations and your contributions and sharing of your knowledge and your project outcomes are much appreciated. The other government departments, such as the DMRE and the DTIC, we also thank them for their support. And we will also take the early discussions that we started with them. We will also take that further. Our partners in industry, obviously absolutely critical. This is what it is all about at the end of the day. Thank you for joining us. We hope that we've managed to feed you with some food for thought. And we look forward to closer ties in the future. And as we indicated, also the focus on transferring science, engineering, and technology solutions to industry more so in future. We thank our partners in the broader academia for your willingness to collaborate and strengthen also the mining RDI capacity and capability, which there was also a track on that, and the emphasis and the importance of the development of this capacity and capability. And thanks for your partnership in that. Also our other science councils that joined us today, or those who will also join us tomorrow. The thanks for your participation and also sharing of your knowledge and the collaboration. Then also a word of thanks to our mining original equipment manufacturers and MEMSA for your role in the SAMERDI initiative and the importance as the much needed R&D. And we are appreciative of your contributions and your partnership. And thank you for joining us in the journey. Also a word of thanks to our, what we call our Mandela Mining Precinct family members, like Coltech and the Ventilation Association and the others. Thanks for joining us in this drive towards making a difference in the industry. To the event organization team, including SIMM and the CSIR teams, thank you for putting together a well-organized event. A special word of thanks to our precinct comms manager, Rayana Mohammed, for coordinating it all, and you made us proud during this day. Thank you for our program director of this morning, who facilitated the sessions in the early stages of today, and also for doing it in such a professional manner. And then also just to say thank you to all of you as attendees and participants. We trust that you got a better feel for what we are busy with as a broader collaborative group and the partnership, and that we trust that we will be able through these efforts and collaborations also manage to transfer more solutions to industry than just doing the research. So thank you for that. Stay in contact. All the presentations and videos and all the recordings of today will be made available on the website. And please remember, we have another session tomorrow, also with our students and our youth. We're also looking forward to that. So with that then, thank you very much and all the best. Stay safe. Thank you.